It's this one. I think now I have it. I think this should be correct now. God, I had such a long monologue here talking about things, and then I realized I forgot to do the one thing, and that is to remap my headset microphone. Also, I think... No, I don't think I need to actually boost the audio output of it. I think that's fine. But yeah, I've freaking screwed that up. Ah! Yeah, it's... I mean, I can just... We can do... I wanted to just now switch onto the desktop, but we could just like literally show what I run in terms of the settings, because... where's it? Outputs. I can show. Because I have set the output audio track for streaming to audio track 1. It's a lot grayed out, so it's a bit hard to see. And for recording, it's channels 2 and 3, and this is also for the other profiles. But my audio mixer, if I open the advanced audio properties, it is this is usually where my index microphone is and my the index output, and they obviously match to, well, audio track 1 and then audio track 2 for recording, and then audio track 3, so I have the separate channels and stuff, which is obviously very neat in that case. But the headset microphone is usually unmapped on that channel, and I forgot to tag that thing in. Oh yeah, the problem is the ranges of the ability to look are just messed up, and I don't know how to configure that for VRM models, and I've never even... Because my model usually doesn't actually look around, that's the thing. My model usually isn't used to look around because it's used in VR, and I don't have eye tracking in VR, so it's like the model doesn't track my eyes usually, so I just, if I look around with my head, it's the only movement it gets. But like when I'm using actually my phone in this case with an app to capture stuff, it will capture my eyes, and it very much shows that the eye movement is a bit... the range is a bit too high, to say the least. I've definitely messed with this for VR chat with this model, but like, I don't know. Don't ask me quite for this. So let's just notice this well, probably a good idea to look into. When I was playing around with VNyan, I think I gave a bit much wind setting on this. There's a wind feature on this tool, and actually I kind of justified a few things here. Let's pull up the curtain. Maybe if I remove the gaze strength, if I reduce that, maybe it stops messing up the model badly. Probably better if I move actually. No, that's still not good. Oh, actually, no, that I just need to click out of the text box, and that looks fine now. So yeah, I just needed to set this value better. Maybe we play a bit around with it. Now it seems there's no eye movement. Oh, great. Great, awesome. You start playing with some of the values and suddenly you lose all of your stuff, effectively. That's a bit annoying. Now it seems to be basically dead, the eyes. They do still slightly move, but it seems maybe the program didn't apply the settings. Yeah, I mean, this is... this is very aggressive gazing. Strange. They just never applied it. Yeah, I would say this value is fine. Do I have something in the node graphs here that could mess this stuff up? Because I've... Oh yeah, right, I've done this... One thing that I've already done that is actually good with this stuff is I've, with the node graph here, set up that it's... Oh yeah, I've actually a button for resetting the AR tracking, that's good. And on application start, it loads my file. I have not changed the wind. I'm applying some neutral phase, which gives a slight smile to the model. If you don't do that, it's not quite like that. And yeah, I rotate the arms down, otherwise I would be in a T-pose still. What's your favorite color? Favorite color? I mean, I do like... There's some colors that I don't quite like, which is like aggressive greens. But it's difficult. What would be my favorite color? I like blue, I like yellow, I like red, I do like pink as well. I don't dislike black either. Don't make me choose things. I really, if struggling to always choose things. Wait, I wanted to check where the wind is coming from. Wind, where are you? Oh yeah, here. Wind force. Just in case your others have even more wind. Right. God, it's like there's just a bit much. There's of wind. Start applying some at all. I think this is a slight amount because it's a bit fun. Right. Okay, don't close the window. I still need it. Not sure if popping out the chat makes sense. It would be useful if I could move it on the other side of the window. Actually, maybe it makes sense with this stream. Oh yeah, I can't change the stream latency anymore. Probably would have made sense to set it to low latency. Yeah, that's... I didn't think that through. Low latency. Yeah, that's... We're getting a decent amount of stream delay on this. I can switch off the studio mode, right? So we're gonna probably see more of OBS. OBS is definitely not done. Where would kind of begin? Maybe with SimHub itself. Could be a decent place to start. Okay, it blacks out the screen when I'm prompted for admin perms. Actually, we can also start with, because we need... we need for any of this stuff to work. We actually do need to update SimHub of all things. So that's fun. Because my current version of SimHub, let's pull it up here, is version... No, it's not 8.3, but yeah, 8.2.3. And the current version is 8.3.9. It's probably fine, but like you probably want to, when you're developing stuff, to be on the cutting edge to see if something has been broken and you need to fix it. We're gonna deal with updating SimHub while we're also at it. But yeah, the current state of SimHub Connect is this. This is the current state, effectively, of the application. It doesn't have an icon. That's something I forgot to mention. That's gonna be needed to be added. Currently, I have it in the sidebar here. Got other things. I mean, compared to EasyScript, which has an icon, and Advanced Scoring, which also got an icon for me. So I guess I need to design an icon tonight or at some point in the future. It's gonna be a problem. I mean, my phone probably won't make that far tonight. Come to think of it, that's... Looking at those battery levels, that's not gonna last long. I'm probably not gonna have a model for long. Oh, this phone, I need to replace it at some point. Yeah, it's done already. So, I mean, technically I can't even show the current state of the application, especially because I'm currently connected, which one of the bugs is that with this application, is that if you press edit and you're not connected, it will try to, it can preview obviously all of my scenes here, for example, so you can just select them out for drop-down menu. You can just type them in anyway, but if your OBS is running, you can just download the scenes, and it does that. But if your OBS isn't running, currently it would freeze up the application and you have to force close SimHub. Because it would just freeze up. This window needs to be replaced. This needs to be inside of SimHub. It needs to be more like all of these menus here. Actually, it opens those as a separate menu. But they are not correct styling and stuff. So that's fine. It needs to be styled like these. Be an utter mess. So I guess I'm maybe gonna check the code of that project out as well. Let's close this and let's execute the updater. Let's start getting rolling here. I'll probably hear that a few times tonight. Yes. Yeah, it's installed into correct directory. So, we're just gonna take this window as it is. Because the next part is gonna be also a bit of fun because of being a bunch of housekeeping items that are to be done with the repository itself. And now this is a brief look at the repository. Here's the OBS WebSocket.net, because I have to compile the WebSocket myself because it requires a newer version of, I think there's somewhere here an issue that they want to check here, bump the newtons of JSON up to 13.0.2. SimHub still uses 12.2. And if I try to run both, that's not gonna end well. I can't have a version conflict like this. This is not Rust where this is a non-issue and we can just compile everything, everything will be hunky-dory, but like, this doesn't work like this, unfortunately, and we just have to sort of work around these problems. In the sense that I just, one of the things we're gonna do in a moment is to literally fork this repository. Also, I need to apply some minor changes that I had done. One of the fixes that I had found actually were already implemented. I should have honestly done this ages ago, fork this repository, because I probably could have fixed this, I think, a month earlier than they did. But I wasn't a particularly good person, so there's that. Right. But what is currently the state is that this is literally just a folder in here that contains the OBS WebSocket. So you need to basically manually replace the files and put them back in, and that's just not a particularly good workflow. And we're gonna make that a sub-repository to a fork that of mine. So that's gonna solve that problem. Just forking the repository here. fork. Okay. So we should start with our housekeeping items. There it is. We're gonna need this here still, probably, for something. So I just for a moment get this out of the way, briefly. And then we're gonna make a commit that literally outside of actually this repository is gone. but I'm lost. Well, I have a thought. I was trying to like keep up a bit, but like I said, this is we're depending effectively on this obs-websocket.net to implement the communication with the WebSocket, right? And because the dependency of that is different to the one that SimHub ships already with, and with how SimHub plugins work, we can't use it that way, so we have to compile our own and change it slightly. So that's why I'm forking it and having to effectively. It's actually, well, I should probably no, going with my git commands wrong. But yeah, this is a bit more complicated with Git. It's just the advantage of Git is that I can roll around is that I can sync my repository, I can roll back to older versions and roll up to newer versions. It's a very useful tool for stuff. And part one of my project is a part of emulating a bit of some of the Git features, but doing it a bit different. That project is quite something. I've literally had their class files that were 1,000 lines of code, and I would split them up into multiple files, and then I would hit go over 1,000 lines of code again, and I would have to split it again. I had multiple functions, and then I would like 200 lines of code and stuff. It was just getting out of hand constantly. I'm sort of getting the grasp of it, but it's like that project has been taking ages to develop. Oh yeah, thanks for sticky keys! God damn it, because I pressed the shift key for too long. Right, right. So, now the trickery that we're gonna do is git submodule. And this will allow us to add. Probably would be a good idea if I import the repo first. Probably works, I can just clone it, I think. Probably gonna work fine. Code, clone, shift insert, then cloning into obs-websocket.net. Boom, we've cloned the subrepo in now. So, git status. So, now, it says we should add with git add, but like I tried this out earlier today, so I'm not looking like a complete moron when doing this. I've tried out so far the steps that I would be taking. Git submodule, and then what do you guys? It's just trying to help on it. Help. Let's add. Just git add, and you need the repository. Which repository is the URL that we already have. This here. The origin, and we need then obviously this WebSocket net. So okay. Status. Right, this needs to be also track kit modules. This is all as it's supposed to be. When we're now changing into OBS. Yeah, it is a Minecraft skin. That is a Minecraft skin indeed. So now we're in the sub module actually. If I can actually spell status, it would help. Which that has nothing needs to be committed. That is ready to go. Although we're gonna change things in the future, but we're just gonna stay with things now. And now one thing I think I'm gonna just do briefly is gonna fix actually my project file here. I think, yeah, right, these are user properties there. Anyway, we're gonna yanked. Those don't matter, they're not committed to the repo. Is it this file here that needs to? Because we need to change here the address of where this project is located. Hopefully this doesn't completely break itself on the process of me doing something like this. No, this is the file for the actual plugin. Right. So let's see if this works. Because it should have all the references correct, hopefully. Yep. Now, we do probably, as soon as it realizes, compiles everything, it will probably sound the alarm. We may need to check also the export directories where it goes. Okay, it has not imported WebSocket and that's not a good sign. We have already one problem. References. I think you should still be importing WebSocket.net without problems. Or not. Well, I guess we're gonna just... because it is here, the project, it's existing and everything. Let's just remove this reference and add it again. If that's the one we want. So just... I guess it's even an obsolete input alt here on this file. Yeah, WebSocket.net should now be imported and functional. I'm pretty sure it won't yeah, we're now seeing a bunch of things red. Oh, we're seeing a bunch of shit red. This is a bit hilarious. Alright, I'm running with the first program and I would freeze every time I type and enter any wrong commands. It's like... Actually pulled up the programming stream. Yeah. So far, we have a lot of red. Because what we've done so far is that I have replaced the WebSocket.net, the static import, with a sub module. So it references a fork of the WebSocket.net repository, which makes it easier to update the thing. But currently it's a bit struggling with figuring out that things exist, or I think in this case they may have changed some things on the WebSocket. Some function. Because you can see it, like OBS WebSocket.connected event handler works, but yeah, it's. I think what happened here is that these are gonna be fun to figure out what the hell is happening here. I do know some things that are gonna have to probably change inside of the WebSocket.net because there are slight alterations on it. I think the code for the input state change will be not the interpreter state. That's not it. Somewhere in here it is. Oh yeah, and here the connect function is marked as obsolete. Thanks. That's one of the changes. Yeah, no problem. I'm just doing the usual breaking my stuff right now. Just some housekeeping happening right now, and it's fun stuff. So where? Yeah, these are functions. These here. So where does this thing start to break? I should probably check this. So definitions. Definitions. And here we have an input name, video active, boolean. Oh, I guess it doesn't pass the. Oh, that's another thing that's broken right now. Just briefly close some tabs. We're gonna get to the problems once in a while. This is not C++. This is C#. I think I should pop my chat out and move it a bit closer so I can easier see it. Because it was right now like all the way on the right of my right hand screen, and it's a bit difficult to see there in the corner of my. But yeah, this is C#. This is .NET. So it's. If you call it, it looks like Java, then someone will probably murder you for it. But it kind of acts like Java. Java, but with less superpowers of running on Linux. Yeah, I think what is changed here is that I need to switch the method headers here. Which is a bit interesting that you don't get the sender anymore handed through. Well, let's just try. See if that fixes the problem. No. Still says that it doesn't match the delegate, even though I'm matching the delegate. Because this is the delegate. Oh, wait a second. You gotta be kidding me. I have an idea what it is. And that's gonna be fun to implement. Back to here. Oh yeah, I have a feeling here. What's happening? Oh, yeah, yep, that explains it, what's happening here. So, what is changed is that instead of, let's go back here, and go to definition. So the sender is technically still in here. Right, let's keep it back. What has been changed is that instead of passing these two values individually, we have gone full we've gone full on object oriented and have made a special class specifically for the input active state changed event. Yes, which contains these two values. It is effectively the same, we just packaged them into a wrapper. So if we copy this, put this value, put this in, state, remove this, and then obviously we need to unwrap out of the input state the input name, and a state, video active, and no, it's still complaining at me. What do you want? I've done what you wanted to do. I think? Well, it is the same syntax. Why would you cry at Java for trying to learn the syntax? It's very similar, so I don't know what you're on about. It has a similar syntax to Java, so... Why are you not taking this? You're weird, program. You know what? We're gonna do the... We're gonna do the idiot-proof system of letting the program generate a sample. Input active state changed plus equals tab insert. Done. So, and now it's generated a method here. Tell me what's the difference between these two. Oh! The sender's an object. Wah! And by the way, these changes were introduced in a version number iteration from 5.0.0, which is I think where I copied the files, and 5.0.3, which is the current version. Where basically all of this was suddenly rewritten. Great. Depending on this library at times is fun. But I mean, I still think that I don't need to implement this stuff by hand, because that would be absolutely cruel and annoying and hell. I can at least just bitch and moan whenever it breaks a bit, so it's a lot easier, right? But what this means is that I need to figure each of these tabs out, so that's fun, I guess. Let's briefly put this here, because we're gonna need all of them. We're gonna need all of these. Wait, what? Where did my... Ah, they just... There's too many windows, so it doesn't show all of them. Right, so, now. Yeah. So, do briefly... I don't know if I can do multi-cursor that easily. Let's just do it by hand. I review boundary. We for the most part just need state, so I can copy paste them over. Right, so where were we? We were left off here, so this one will be... I think all of them were just changed like this. So I mean, I can just also type them out, I guess. State. This is gonna be fun because I don't even know how many freaking events I have for this stuff. It's a few, I can tell. Probably it's better if I don't do this. Just keep it that way. You can sort yeah, I mean, technically even freaking Rust is object-oriented. But this is definitely... I think this probably is working as is, most likely. Objects. Oh, yeah, right. Input volume meters does not exist anymore because this was the type that I introduced. So that needs to be revisited anyway. That's its own fun. Where were the other functions? Because there were more than that. Don't tell me as part of this is gonna be. Didn't I do that just now? I'll actually probably put this into another wrapper for no apparent reason. Input volume. Changed event args. What does input volume in terms of dot volume dot input name? Yeah, we've sure. We're gonna just do this because we're sane people. Input volume dot volume. So fine. Man, I'm scared. It's like it's less object oriented because some of the stuff that is done here is like going object oriented, going full retard stuff. Where some of these functions here, where we pass some of the stuff that happens here, where we literally pass functions as objects through. It is like here, for example, add an action. This part back here is technically a function call here. That doesn't have brackets, so it's passed as an object. But to make it additionally confusing, we create effectively an object that only lives because its method is referenced, and otherwise would be eaten by the garbage collector. But we need that object effectively to store a bit of information, which is this this other method that needs to be passed in. Yeah, because because this is effectively needs to be converted so that a SimHub can call this, because SimHub has a specific form that its function callback for actions looks like, and this is a different form, so you need to wrap them. This is why these bunch of action helpers exist. With list helpers, it gets a bit more funny because you need to, for lists to work, you don't just need the for the list action helper here, for example, you need the function for setting the current scene collection, but you also need to figure out which scene, all the scene items in the scene, all the scene collections. I mean, I can probably find the scenes itself, but like that's how you need to find all the scene collections, and then well, you need to get the current scene current one selected, and you need the complete list. That's what those two methods do. So what the simple list helper does is effectively allow you to iterate through these lists. because there's no pre-built function, but like, for example, when you open OBS here, you have these nice little arrows down there. Well, it's not quite there because I'm covering up, but like you can easily move things around. It's very convenient. Actually, you can, for the most part, just move them around, but like, it's very convenient to just iterate through things this way. So it made sense to implement this, even though it is getting quite out of hand at times. Alright, then the input volume meters, yeah, that's gonna work. And so yeah, it's actually this function. Because I must have skipped a couple of functions. I guess I was writing them down in like a weird order. But yeah, this is the current program scene change, or is it just the current? God, this is fun because this is technically the current scene, but like, which is the? Well, it's easy to go back up, figure out what function is calling it again, and then which definition, and figure out what is program scene changed. Okay, that's the object arc we need effectively. So where did we leave off again? Yeah, here, right. Scene. I'm pretty sure this is not a new scene name. Okay, fine, good. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of just fixing this stuff right now. Scene name change, which is technically a rename. So can we find the object for this? Changed events. Scene. Well, this file is whenever you rename any scene, and I just check if the old scene name aligns with the new scene, with one of the scenes that are currently selected, so I can update the properties in this case. That's how this works. Obviously call scene dot scene name scene name. So the difference of from just using functions, like, does just using functions exist? It's just, that's an interesting question. Like, I feel like there's functional programming, but I'm actually not too familiar with it. Writing code like in straight up Haskell and stuff like that, that's a bit beyond my knowledge base. So I don't know. I'm staying for the most part with just looking at this stuff. It's like, I don't know how you're struggling with some of this. Like, yes, this code is out of hand at times. A lot of it is very confusing because there's just so much stuff that needs to be done here. Like, all of these properties need to be set. Actually created in this case, they're not even getting set. And the fun part is, like, later down the line there's like a function to set all of these values, and it's just it's something. Scene name change. Oh wait, we did update that one, huh? Hold on, we did fix that one. Why is it complaining still? Oh, because we haven't switched over to this being an object or sender. Oh, never mind. Just do whatever we could find right now. Object. Create previous units for previews. Previous scene change event arc. Scene. Scene dot. Scene name. Instant learning lift. Yeah. I mean, one of the concepts that you can kind of not escape more or less with modern programming is that you have at least structs. I mean, you can't. What we have usually here is objects. Like you start with a class here. This class can implement things, but struct, and this class also has fields in it, like for example these here. Each instance of this SimHubOBS has a settings, has a WebSocket, has a plugin manager instance, has a custom action manager. Yeah, structs is... The thing is that you add really with object-oriented programming is that you go and say, we just call our functions on the struct. So you implement functions inside the struct. And where it really gets object-oriented is that you make structs inherit from other structs. And the inheritance is what really pushes it towards object-oriented. That's a... I mean, you can have... Which is this... Currently what is here being used is that I just implement a couple of interfaces here. But you can have... pretty sure I implemented it somewhere. Something that... Yeah, right. This is, for example, the scene helper here. Implements a... Is it an interface? Yeah, no, it's not an interface. It's actually a class. Implements the list helper. Meaning that I can just... let's go over to list helper. Actually, it's not... It's the abstract class. But, like, you can implement a... You can have something like the list helper, and you can just inherit from a... The purpose of an interface is that you can just... No. The thing is, I can make a new scene helper, and it is a list helper at the same time. But this is also something that interfaces can do in some extent. For example, SimHubOBS is an I plugin. All of the functions that an I plugin implements, let's just briefly show this, which is void init and void end, need to be in this class, otherwise it doesn't work. And what SimHub itself does is calls these functions. It doesn't care that this is a SimHubOBS class. It only cares that this is an I plugin. And as an I plugin, it calls its init function on it, and then the init function executes the specific code that is attached to this class, which is this init function. And what you can do with object-oriented is that I could go in, make another class that inherits from this, and then just go... You call the init function, and I go, okay, I'm gonna just call the super init function. The init function that was already implemented in the other one. I can overwrite that one, but I can also just call it and then do more things with the data. Or do something with the data and then call the init function to manipulate things. You can do some... I don't quite know how much I've used it here. I mean, the only thing I've done is effectively use an abstract class, and an abstract class is not much different to an interface. Frankly, it doesn't do much different. And also something that you can do with inheritance is that you can have things that are only available to classes that implement these. Like for example, like private will limit this to just this class, so none of the classes that inherit from here can use this variable. But if I would make this of the other data types, like obviously public would make it completely available. Protected would make it available to anyone who would inherit from this class. So it would make it possible for, if someone inherited from it, to edit the preview. Something that C# has that Java doesn't have is internal, which would allows it to be available within the DLL file. So within the SimHubOBS over here, within this part. Actually, I have still this WebSocket over here. There's also lying around. Probably should be implemented similar. Within this part here, it will work. So yeah. So you can call on this whatever is marked as internal within there, but from the outside, when somebody calls, it isn't possible. Some of the good things that C# comes with is that you can have your fields and can set them public. At least when I was taught basic object-oriented programming, you were like, your fields should be private, and then you have getter and setters, and then like this is like, well, here you can define your setters and getters, and like you can make them fully fledged functions, or you can just do this, and you're gonna be fine. Meaning that only this class can set these things, but any other class can have access to these values, which is quite neat. Oh yeah, I mean, if I would rip Rust out, you would get very confused. Yes. When the borrow checker comes in, this stuff gets wild. This doesn't have borrow checking. On the other hand, you have to make sure that something is null. Because the world explodes then. I really do not quite understand why he did this to this extent. Like, studio mode state. It's like, yeah, which returns just if the studio mode is enabled or not. It is a simple boolean. Why did this need to be an object? Just write down the freaking boolean at that point, okay? The world isn't ending just because you just didn't put everything into its own object. We'll get to the volume, because the volume, I've seen this, what he's done with it, and it's not particularly that great either. A better implementation that I'm just gonna copy paste in there. Most likely. Alright. It's interesting that you have that only next semester. Like, it's the stuff was like brought to us before we even started the first semester effectively, and like 2 weeks of optional introductory stuff. You could just here's some Java. It's introduced immediately to you. I mean, there's a general move probably away from object-oriented to some extent, and also to some extent you just can't escape it, especially obviously of legacy code bases. So there's some stuff changed. Let's see, collection name. So those are always things, but where do I want to go with it? Don't know where I wanted to go with my sentence. Current profile changed event args. Profile. Profile name. Right. That's interesting. I mean, I did as well, actually. Probably with OBS back off the screen. Yeah, I've definitely done some as well in MySQL. Some basic Java. I mean, I also did it by myself, write some abhorrent code. I think, luckily, some of that code has been lost to time. Luckily. Because I made an interface program that was, I should say, quite abhorrent. Because instead of like here you call effectively a function, right, and then pass the values through and everything is, or you can just as an event listener just define a function right in place. And I did that for an entire program, so the entire chain of button presses would be defined like this. And I would have to like make certain variables static so it could be accessed later in the code, and it's just, I don't know, but you don't know what you're actually doing, and it's, well, I guess we're gonna need a new function for these two, because it's, also they don't seem to work, which is, that's gonna be fun to figure out, but we can actually figure that out. I can't figure out profiles change, but scene collection list change. Oh yeah, there's a list changes. So that's actually probably, no, I can't open profile at all while I'm streaming. So I can't do that, but I can probably still create a scene collection because you suggest this. Yeah, let's just yeah, that's a fun line. Also, probably can just. I mean, that this was one function was probably not a great thing before. So scene collection, let's change. List. Scene collection list. What do we have here in terms of scene collections? Which is just a list, right? So we're back to it being a list, effectively. So, but just force update actually do as a function. Oh. Don't quite know why it is written this way, but okay. Sometimes I do not make sense to even myself. Past me, why? Oh yeah, right. The reason for this is because I call actually on the WebSocket get profile list. Get the current profile name. Because I call this function to figure out what the current profile is, and I call what the current scene collection is. Because of this, you want to do this async. Actually, you need to especially do this because I think one of the problems is because this comes back actually from the WebSocket. This function is directly called by the WebSocket. So when you don't put anything in between here, and you just call this on the WebSocket another call to request something from it, it will deadlock. So what it has to be done is that you need to define a function that does the call for you. And then you just go call for that function, and then you just root. And then run the function asynchronously, which begin invoke does. We just do not care what comes out of the function or goes into it. We just call it and forget and hope everything comes out again. Yeah. But we're gonna effectively need this twice. Names. My phone is now down to 10% battery. God, this is burning through the battery like no one's business. How far are we? We're an hour in. I think I started with about 40% battery on my phone. 1 hour, 40% gone. This is fast. This is genuinely very fast in terms of draining that poor battery. Could I smuggle this thing some power? I'm not sure it's gonna would charge fast enough to stay alive. Let me see, how long is this cable? You have next year to do some discrete maths. Maths is done with us in the first semester, so it's on the schedule for your first semester and second semester. I mean, you don't technically have to take it there, but like, yeah, the cable is long enough. Let's try something. Let's see if I can get my... This is gonna get interesting. Briefly with my model. Let's plug this in. My phone. Come on, you piece of shit. You have literally a cable plugged into you that slides out. Oh, I hate this micro B board on it. Charge only. Stop whining and just charge already. Please, just move on. Okay. Right, we need... Actually, we can just overload this technically, but it's not good practice in a sense. Profile... Good, so. And we'll update here this, Drag this line into here. Theme collection list is updated. And this is now doing the trick. So. I mean, kind of how I do my phone is a bit of a hack with this entire capture, because my phone is leaning against my main monitor. So that's how this entire thing works. Yes, I mean, I claimed that this doesn't work, like, might work. Okay. Objects. And scene transition changed. And where page? I love it. It doesn't realize that I want to type this. So. God, there's so many functions that need to be patched up, but with We're slowly getting there. Slowly but surely things are getting there. Current scene transition duration. Thank you. Why they are kept? I mean, they are kept separate for a reason, but like it's things, I guess. So this does this. Replay buffer state changed. Is that enough? Or no, the replay buffer has its own object. Okay. We put another object around your object. Replay buffer state changed. Oh yeah, right. You can't pull this trick from. You can't do this Rust trick where you just rename the variable. You keep the variable name, but you just overwrite what the variable is. Type and effectively unwrap the variable in place. Output state equals e dot output state. Oh. Yeah, I was kind of waiting for this to happen. Hello, phone. I mean, what I'm currently doing is that I have a right angle cable from my drawing tablet, and it is effectively standing on the right angle cable, leaning against my monitor. And it had decided this time to just fall over. Maybe I can convince you to not fall over by... This is getting elaborate to an nth degree, but it's it's funny. I've put like a controller in front of it to where like the wings effectively of the controller keep stopping it from... Do you not have an S active state, or what does the output state contain? Oh, give me an output state to change it again? God. And it still doesn't have an out... What has at this point? What? Someone well full object oriented on this one. Holy shit, this stuff is not funny. Pretty sure it should contain an is active. Why are you not containing an is active? That's weird. Like, it should contain something at least as a function. The state. Or... Wait. No? Oh, so output state is an enum now. Huh. And is active is equals output state. Oh wait, this is not Rust. I'm a bit too used to this stuff. He immediately types in Rust notation. Gosh, this is... How do I pass this? Because... I think I can probably get away with just passing this as is started as a. Oh yeah, right. I need to actually ask for the state. Pass it like this, and it's just gonna set itself fine. Why are you still complaining about it? What I'm doing today is doing what I'm doing here on the screen, which is writing some code that apparently wants to not like me. Why are you not working? An equal should. Why is it not capable of comparing equal? Wait. Oh, there's a spelling error. Yeah, there's 5. There was a spelling error the entire time. Ah. Also, yeah, I mean it's an enum, so it's not as smart as a Rust enum. God, I continue to circle back to Rust. I've been writing too much Rust code recently. Oh god, if I move too much, my model gets a bit weird. Why can't we compare with an equals here? Oh yeah, right. We need the. SI. Oh, is. Shoot me, please. Is active does still exist? I was about to overcomplicate something that is absolutely not needed to be overcomplicated. It totally worked still the same way that before. It was just me being actually stupid in this case. Some things are getting weirdly changed. But yeah, what I'm currently technically doing is updating some code. I've updated the library this part of the project depends on. And I'm fixing what broke due to the update. So, virtual camera, state changed event args. State equals virtcam dot output state. Now, why are you still complaining? Isn't it the same code? Why are you not doing this? Oh, yeah. How did I misspell this twice in a row in the same way of forgetting to type the T? How? Sometimes I'm amazed at myself. I have an ability to mess stuff up. Okay. More event listeners. Current profile change. Go back. Well, the fun part here is that I just need to change the signature of all of these because all of this is like, yeah, I don't care, just call. We're gonna pass this anyway, just down the order to handle these things at a later stage. First, just like before. Yeah, a lot of this is just realization of me being stupid at times. Because that needs to be changed on every single one. I'm not sure I need to need actually the sender to be in of OBS WebSocket type. Maybe? I'm not 200% sure again, but it's there, I guess. Maybe? Just OBS then. Independence of the output states. That's for the converter. Yeah, right, this is for this function here, which might still need some front header for this. Yeah, those state changes probably won't tolerate this anymore. Yeah, you have record state, stream state, replay state, and virtual camera state changes. They need to be all handled separately instead of handled with one function. Made it a lot easier before. Where's the event handler? Yeah. Where's this function actually? Oh, it goes. This is the this is what I talked about earlier with like inheritance. This is actually how because the scene help, not the scene help, the whichever event handler I was just in. Because this is the basic event handler, and then I have the special OBS event handler that handles my special OBS events. That gives the basic framework for all of these things. Okay, well, I'll see you around. I'm gonna have a few more hours to sort some stuff out here. But yeah, this doesn't need any. Actually, it's basic stuff. But yeah, the event handle doesn't actually need to handle all of these. So, right, back to this. We need now scene changed. Oh, this probably needs to function now. E. Studio mode state change E. Transition. Current. I think transition changed event handle like this. Profile changed. Scene collection. Scene changed. This is the other transition handle. Current position duration changed. This will be called when this transition actually happens, so keep this like this and we're gonna figure it out once it works. So, how many of these are now broken over here? Oh, I fixed a couple, but like not that many. And it goes all to the list changed, which is not gonna be, fortunately, sufficient. Actually, come to think of it, something that I could do to make this feasible, roughly. Instead of having each of these function the way we just call back to the event handle, I could just make this a generic type, and then pass effectively the type of my event handle through as the generic type, so I can just get around the problem of having to type this every single time out, and I have to just type one out. So this would have the consequence that everything needs to, when some of these things don't need a type, technically. There's that. What I could probably do is just for now make another class in here. What are you called? God, that is a terrible name, but it's gonna work. Yes. Repo. Constructor. It is perfectly fine. We don't need to gather any data technically. All we need this for is just to implement another function that takes like void callback with object sender and type T type yeah, okay, we do this parenthesis star. There we just call the event handle. Event handle sender null. Yes, we do not care. Can I just do this? Stop caring? No, it didn't. This is unfortunately again not Rust. You can't just put an underscore underneath it and just be like, yeah, please stop caring about it. I know that it isn't necessary technically, but like it just exists because it needs to. I think it stopped complaining as soon as he starts doing this. So with args, and this is going to be code state changed. Although I technically don't need a function here for handling specifically OBS output state callback. Also has a slight problem, and that is this here returns always OBS event helper. When I overwrite this, I can't have it return OBS event helper because I technically needed to return this one. I should probably just implement the upper class. Stop bitching and moaning about it, just implement it. It makes more sense. It's way easier. It's just gonna cause carnage for like 2 minutes. Helper T. Yeah, right. All of these need to return T as well. It's important. So just T. Maybe I could make some sort of constructor-like function that turns an event helper T that is event helper of no class whatsoever, and just to make it simple at that point. Guess it's not needed. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Public static helper object, which is just a normal create function. And this create function for that kernel stream only it's coding, so you probably shouldn't sleep. I mean, people have been sent to sleep while watching me drive, so I don't know. It's up in the air. I seem to have the effect of sending people to sleep, so it's here or there. Main and just call return new objects, event name main. So, because I have in some ways just created hell. Let's revert, but it's also gonna solve a bunch of problems. Yeah, I've seen that joke. I saw that joke. I saw that joke. It's just it might end up actually being cuddling stream still. So there's that. Maybe I should enlarge this a bit. Maybe it's much easier to read. Oh, I'm gonna do this right now. I mean, it technically needs to contain an output state changed. I think I'm just gonna follow because these need to be converted actually. Those actually need to be converted. The other ones don't need to be converted. It's a bit funny. But all these functions can technically be yeeted right now. Some of them are needed. But technically we need one under say. void events object sender and has a t args, and what it does is it calls the event handler sender null. Simply put, it does that. So now we can go over here and well, I did it this way, but like just go now here. The current program scene changed event args. And WebSocket event handler. Okay, but it's complaining about it. Why complain about it? Oh, I'm stupid. Current profile changed. That's the solution. WebSocket. And it immediately starts understanding what I actually want to do. So that's neat. Let's replace all these. Okay, it doesn't understand it anymore. It thought for one moment it could think, and then it's like, no. No, it still can't. Current scene collection changed. Current scene transition changed. Scene. It's like current scene transition duration changed event arcs. It's something. That's for sure. That is something of a line. So those need to get help later. Is however fine. I should say. Well, let's change the event arcs. Dots. WebSocket event handler. Yeah, I have to check if that has been still removed then. Otherwise I can add back in. We need. Scene, collection list changed, event arcs, and then scene list changed event arcs. So a lot of calls on the WebSockets. But what is happening there is that this is still in the init function, just setting everything up. So this entire thing can come together. Oh yeah, we've finished installing SimHub. Good actually. Yeah, SimHub would like to be run as an administrator, thanks. Let's see, do we have transition? Yeah, I guess that function was just removed going from 4.9 to 5.0 in the OBS WebSocket. Not sure that's not just even a thing with this specific one, but also with in general. Session. This was the one where I wasn't quite sure what type this was anyway. So scene transition started event arcs, and this is a scene transition ended event, huh? Okay. Let's see this scene. Transition started event arcs. WebSocket callback. You come on. Okay, fine, we're gonna type a socket event. Scene just ended event arcs. So this is the preview scene changed event arc. Yeah, they changed the WebSocket a bit between the versions. So the problem is I have to. Everything has its own event arcs object, and it's coming around to dealing with this problem. Like, even the studio mode changed, which is literally a boolean. It just returns a boolean. It gets its own object. Yeah, those are things. Well, in this case, we're gonna call dot create on this. Are you still complaining? This is. I want to escape having to type out the freaking type, so I made a function, and what does the function do? Just like, could you please define the type? And I'm just like, no. There's a reason why this is a public static. You're supposed to stop freaking asking me this stuff. What do you mean with these? I'm not sure I can. They should have, I think, collisions and stuff. The ears. I mean, the tail has even. The funny thing is, these ears that are on here is like hair technically, because I made them before VRide Studio supported ears out of the box. I think I made this model with free 1.0 VRide Studio. It was still in beta, I think, at the time when I made this model. So this uses some hacks and stuff. I mean, I did do quite some extensive edits in Blender and stuff to get, for example, the tail on the back working. Which key was it again to move? It was old. How do I rotate again? This was the rotation key. Yeah, to make the tail work. I'm not running much wind right now, so it doesn't show much. So I should put it roughly back to where it was. Roughly, hopefully. God, the sensitivity on this is quite high. Yeah. It's more than me. I mean, part of these features is actually relatively easy to implement, so Although yeah, as I said, I've loaded this thing into Blender and I've done a lot of extensive edits that you can't even really see that much on it. Because it's like, well, I wanted a male model, but like, make it about as feminine as you can get, which Vera didn't particularly go far enough for me. Although I would say this is not that feminine looking. I just noticed that my preview on YouTube is quiet at the time. Right, we need to deal with the problem that this is. It wants us to define a value for up here. Can I just get away with just not defining this? No, I just didn't like it. What are you doing right now? I want to return. Hmm. Because I don't want to deal with the bullshit of having to define this. I don't think you're supposed to be able to do something like this. I don't think. Okay, yeah. This isn't... In some ways, I'm getting reminded this is not Rust. I cannot do Rust things with it. You can export models from that. As a fanboy go, you nailed it. Okay, that's good. You should probably stop using. I'm not using I'm not using VC Face. I use VC Face for when I'm streaming VR, but I'm not running VC Face right now. I'm using VNyan, and on my phone I'm using what is it called? By the same developer, I think Meow or something. I can actually look just in the tracker settings over here. Yeah, Meow Face as the tracking. On a phone that is charging and just about maintaining charge while it's getting charged via USB. It is just about staying alive. It is on the verge of not surviving this. It like discharged like 40%, not 40%, 30% in like an hour. Just gone. 30% just gone trying to do this, so that's fun. I think honestly the easiest way is just to stop giving a shit and just set it to object manually on those callbacks here. Instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. Object. OBS disconnect info. This is object. WebSocket event handle. Okay. I don't use my phone. I have a webcam that I use. Contemplating moving to a YouTube studio eventually. Yeah, I don't have a webcam, so the only webcam that I technically have is the lenses on my index. The index has a front camera, so I have technically a webcam that way. Even the pedal cam I use is not a webcam. That is another phone that I use regularly for. It's an old Galaxy Alpha, and because it's old, apps for just running webcam do not work on that thing because they don't support such an old Android version. But there's an app for like getting a camera picture into OBS directly, and that one works. So that's the one I'm using. It's what's it called? Oh, it's somewhere. Let me just check. Yeah, it's Droid Cam. That thing. Okay, we now need to actually deal with all of the unpacking of output states. And I think what we're gonna do again is just do it in parts manually, I guess. How am I gonna go about this part here? Yeah, can I make this window sticky? Top. Links you could. I don't know. So much red. In any case, how am I gonna deal with this? Because I can set the type here, that's easy, but like the problem is I need to extract the output state callback. Oh wait, do they implement an interface? Hopefully they do, because if they do, this one gonna make it all way easier. Yes. Yes. Wait, is this record state changed? But the problem is I don't get a record state changed back. I get a... where is it? Because I get back from this a record state changed event args, which only imports from events args. So the record state changed is it's... because I have to deal with the event args, right? And not just get the raw freaking data out of this thing. Which is, this is the only thing you care about, not the wrapper. It's like there's nothing in here because this is only a function to generate this object. God, this maintainer has done something here that is quite annoying to deal with. But I need to stop doing this. He's providing free and open source software, and it is still saving me time, even though I have to rework large portions of my code. This is still fine. This is still a lot easier than having to implement the interface myself. Yeah, the type only really matters for all. I mean, what we can do simply to write the types back down here. It's probably easy for you. Oh, thank you, YouTube, for informing me the stream I'm doing here is live. Thank you. I gladly appreciate this piece of information. Okay, so we need profile, record, stream, replay, and virtual camera. Type T, not, well, technically it would be type T, but we could just define it as records, state changed, event args, and then call the OBS output state callback with sender, and of args we want the dots output state. So does this work? Should now. So we now can just go in here and just set this to this, and voila, this works. Ingenious. In a roundabout way, we've got this to work. And we need to implement this all for stream and the other ones. Technically, this was how it was. I think it's fine. But the more you worry about it, the more you will stress. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I had previously done a bunch of methods down here to handle the different output types, and then switched over to doing this with a generic, which simplified this a lot, so I'm not foreign to having to do this stuff. I'm definitely not foreign. This was done previously like this. State callback. Probably would be easier if I just copy paste stuff. Because frankly, most of this code is literally copy paste at this point. I just need to rename some variables and it becomes replay state callback and the virtual camera state callback. This needs to be stream state change callback replay buffer state change callback and virtual camera state changed event args. And as you can see, like literally the same stuff is called on all of them, but you can't because it's not generalized any of them. So change event args and then call back. And last but not least, virtual camera. If I can actually get it to work. Boom. Done. So now we have to deal with the mute state, and then we have to deal with the input volume meters. That one will require probably some slight rewrites, and yeah, this is up here, so let's figure out what is wrong with this here. And probably it wants also to be called with a object sender, and we call here with a mute. Put mute state changed. Mute and input mute dot source name. Wait, that's not working. Dot input name. Okay, that's the solution. Dots. Oh, the input is muted. Okay. Put mute dot input name. So this is some very fun stuff in terms of getting SimHub to trigger the audio events correctly. Because there's an event for the audio being muted, there's an event for it unmuted, so we basically do this here to generate the string to trigger the correct event. Fun stuff. but it should still work perfectly fine. So we have the few errors here with the input meters. Just briefly comment these out and deal with them later, because I would need to fork that repository, and I'm just like not gonna do that right now to fix it. But let's see, can we compile this project? Can we actually compile, or do we die in the process of compiling? Well, it actually... there's some conflicts here. This is interesting. I need to read that. Whoa! How much lag there was. Right, there found conflict between versions of units of JSON that could not be resolved. It's a JSON version 12.0.0 partial neutral. References which depend on 12.0. Oh, actually, it seems this has been updated to 13.0. So I guess I might not even need to compile it myself. Okay, you're gonna head out. Or turn in a few hours of useless. Well, probably not. I think I might stream for like another hour and then call it a night myself. It's gonna be fine then. It seems that this stuff has been actually updated to 13.0, so I guess I need to change my references here. Probably the easiest way is to just replace the version that is in there with the one that is running currently in SimHub. Shortcut to SimHub? Probably not. Oh yeah, I don't have my SimHub over there yet. Yep, file location. Where is the Social Studio? We haven't really done anything tonight. We haven't actually improved anything. We've just been dealing with updates so far. Just in the process of updating things. We might have not even had to really compile the stuff by hand, but I think it's probably better than not doing it. I could just straight up try to reference the SimHub installer location. I think I'm doing this with the SimHub plugins here. So I think the easiest way for doing this entire mess is you want to edit these references to open it in a text editor and do this here, frankly, which is like an absurd way of getting over to the location for this, to set the include for this. References to everything, look for net. I mean, obviously this is referencing the wrong version right now. It's probably a good idea if I update this briefly. Remove. Add reference. Browse. Browse. And then git MMM in, where's the newtons of JSON? There it is. Okay. This should not go away because we're compiling now against a more up-to-date version. I think. Should now go away. We'll compile again. Newtons of JSON version we now have is a. Wait, it's still a 12er? Why is it saying a 12er when it's not supposed to be a 13er? It does say it's a 13er for SimHub itself, so this is legally strange. Okay, let's just launch SimHub by itself. Let's see how this works with version mismatches and everything. I guess it's not starting at all. Well, that's fun. So it's not launching at all whatsoever, so not good. Where's my down SimHub OBS plugin.dll? Yes, we delete it. And see if we can launch SimHub now. Or if SimHub decided to brick itself all of a sudden. Yeah, I feel like SimHub has bricked itself with its own installer right now. That's nice. I don't know how many of these I can delete without it being some sort of file that I might be a plugin that I've installed that should probably not be deleted. So mark all of this. Something's definitely causing issues. This is going to compile immediately back. We need the this one excluded. We need where's easy scripts? Oh, never done something else, I guess. Yeah, so easy script down here. Where's my advanced scoring then now? Isn't here it seems. Oh, I guess I might need to compile it by hand again. Or find it, I guess. Be blind. Oh, where's the thing? Oh yeah, the headlight flash was also needed. Somewhere in here that is also a plugin. I mean, I can just restore some of them, but delete one of them too many. But like, I know which plugins in there, and it's just like painful enough to trying to find the bloody thing. There's the input manager. It's the plugin called upon. Where is it? Shouldn't be that difficult to find. is it hiding? It's hiding in plain sight, I'm pretty sure. Fuck it, I'm gonna delete them and then restore them out of the paper bin. Although I should be very careful just thinking about it. It's... Okay, the hardware monitor ellipsis is apparently being used by someone. God knows who is using it. In any case, we need to run the setup again because apparently SimHub last time around bricked itself. Install, okay. Now we're... Just in case there's certain files in my... It shows certain files in my paper bin, I'm not gonna... Oh, fuck off, let me move my paper bin over. Come on. Don't do stupid things, just let me have my paper bin. So. Is it now gonna allow me to launch SimHub without it dying immediately in the process of trying to launch? Okay, now we're starting to get something. Obviously properties are missing, there's some type of missing. The script deletable are there now. So now we're just gonna scan for my headlight plugin. Headlight flash plugin. There it is. Gonna move it back because that should work still. The other one that I'm the recycling bin, don't brick on me. Other one that I was missing is again. I know there was another plugin in there that's definitely existed and worked with things. I use advanced scoring. Advanced scoring has gone missing. Yeah, there's advanced scoring. Why the hell was it not listed under A? God damn it, some things really don't make sense. Okay. Well, then restart briefly. Yes, enable both of them. And show on left side menu. Okay. Good. Headlight flash has its settings still. Easy script still. Well, easy script has its settings, and this has also its settings still. That all works. As it should. So, get these things running. Now, the interesting question for you to figure out. Okay, yes, now it is 13.0. So it effectively bricked itself. Or actually, I think my compiling broke it. Because the compiler might have... Oh wait, I've been not sharing my desktop. But yeah, I think the compiler might have written the file back. Because it was a reference back into its folder where it originated from, so that's fun stuff. You know, I would like the CS project to actually be saved and updated. Because that's actually a thing that needs to happen, but apparently it isn't happening right now. That's a bit frustrating, because I want to edit it to change the location of this thing, but it seems currently it wants to do everything but that, so that's on the fun list. I mean, it does recognize that this file has been changed. Still not. No, it doesn't change the newtons of reference here, despite that the newtons of reference was literally changed, so I do not understand why you're not updating your stuff. Press save. Oh, does it maybe start finally to recognize that there's something happening? Maybe? Yeah, now it's and it immediately resolved this correctly. So it immediately figured out that I want to have the path this way. Brilliant. That is immediately working properly. So, thing is, this references actually a newer version of JSON. And it references also its own version of WebSocket client. Instead of referencing this one, which actually is fine, probably. Because this does not have any newtons of JSON built into it. So this should be fine, I guess. Oh, so I just build it again and see if it runs. Oh yeah, it will then force me to yeah, restart on the different credentials. That was about to happen. But hey. Where's that window now gone? Oh yeah, they're here, so this one. No, bruh. This is the great thing, you can just debug stuff. Run the entire thing. VS connector. Yes, with left menu. And boom, it died. Well, yeah, because the WebSocket client wasn't copied over. So it gets a file IO exception as soon as we call something that belongs to a WebSocket client. That's a bit unfortunate, you could say. It's currently not being called upon. We can't just take this compiled version briefly, stuff it over into SimHub and hope this fixes the problem effectively. So, restart. Let's see, will it die again on the same step? Obviously ask me again. Nope, it still died. I think my version might be not the correct one. That it would like. Okay, so. More fixing is in need. This reference a different way. What version of WebSocket client are you actually? Yeah, 4.4. It is 4.4.40. So this should be correct. Shouldn't cause much of an issue. Builds. I don't understand why it's not willing to do this. Like, this should be the correct version, and it's just like, no, not working on it. Yes. Oh, and we found a new one. It needs the assembly reactive as well, or one of its dependencies. Maybe did I bundle all the dependencies into WebSocket DLL? It wouldn't be beyond me just to stop this shit show from just constantly wanting to not work. Because it's a really annoying thing to deal with just these dependency chains. It's you just start getting this like understanding of like how annoying this shit gets quickly. Because you need the DLL for this file, you need DLL for this file, and you need also DLL for this thing. It just doesn't end. It gets really annoying quickly. And then you just go over to cargo and it just takes care of all of this mess. Hmm. Oh, maybe just release build briefly the socket clients. I don't know. It has worked at some point in the past. I don't know what I did at the time. Build WebSocket client with. Eh? This is compiled at some point in the past, and now it suddenly doesn't want to. Strange stuff. It completely. No, it failed. It is a freaking bug, it seems, in one of the libraries it builds into it. I'm just. What is happening? But yeah, it does do merging for the release build, which is what it effectively gets here. But it doesn't work for some reason. Matched 4. Succeeded. Why are you not assembly this thing again? Why does it do twice? Yeah, it does the execution twice here. Eh? Why? Can I understand what are you freaking doing here? Because you're adding all of the libraries twice. And then failing on it. I guess maybe it's... Maybe this is still functional afterwards? Because that's a possibility completely, that this is now functional still. That it can it failed successfully, effectively. Okay, replace file here. It's a lot larger. Start briefly. See, will it survive? Oh yeah. Stop the Yeah, okay, fine. We're gonna switch back to debug. You just have to release briefly the WebSocket. Because it otherwise would not work. Nope, it still died. It does not like the dependencies. Located manifests. Yeah, I guess because I compiled it my fucking self that you don't like it anymore. So okay, now we have to start going through the steps of telling this thing over here to use different dependencies. But this is stuff that starts forking out of OBS-websocket.net, which is already fun stuff. Two repositories. I want to briefly select this one because we're gonna need to do some changes specifically to this one. Can I do this for GUI here? New branch. This one based on master. Some forked. Create one branch. And now we can just go in here and remove this and add dependency. We want, in this case, this one. Stop depending on yourself. So this. I mean, these dependencies look different over here. Not just because of the library and stuff. Yeah, do reference the in this case. Does this work or does this break itself? Okay, it does work. It was built correctly. Then, because we're referencing now the correct library that we also have laying there, it should now work. Hopefully? Maybe? No, it still doesn't like it. For fuck's sakes, why? Okay, fine. We're gonna do this way and just freaking make a pathed reference over there instead of giving you a project reference. Can I remove the reference? I can't remove the reference. Okay, good. Shared reference. That's a project which just doesn't work. It starts to like reference things the wrong way. You should be able to convince this thing to do the combined building on this as well. They just builds everything into its binary, which would also avoid all the conflicts. That would also be a solution. just need to figure out how I did it over here, because that's... I set it up somehow on this one, and I do not know how. Loading properties of a class library, yes. It has, compiled by this. Set warnings. Package version, yep. I probably shouldn't do what I'm doing here with some stuff, like it's just... So where is set that I run the merge instruction on the release? This is just... I mean, there has to be some way this is done. It's just confusing that it's just not making sense to me. How I did this to convince this thing to work. To run instructions that combine it effectively. Let's pack there. Okay, that just exports this thing into NuGet packets, which just do not matter to me. Well, that's what we're doing already. We need to the product file here. But looking at it, and it just does not add up quite. Oh yeah, right. Right here, the IL. Yeah, it's done with the IL packer here, which packs this stuff up on after target's build, condition, configuration, release. So when set to release, we package these libraries into it to make it ready to release. This is how it works. This thing. Okay. Okay, browse. And now let us briefly go into... I should probably also make this thing a reference that goes in... That the OBS WebSocket also is its own Git project, so it can be updated as a fork. That should probably be done as well. All right. Man, sometimes I have brain files like this. WebSocket client bin release standard client add. Okay. And here we get it as an assembly reference. And this should now reference the correct one. And this should now allow us to work with it. There are build errors. Like, why are there build errors? Well, this is the reason why. Because it's... relies on features of the newer version of the WebSocket, and I'm like, great. Great, this is fine. One thing, it was fine till I made an assembly reference. It was fine when it was referenced the other way, I guess. Or not, maybe. Whatever. It wasn't working quite. It's now not working, so we have to fix something. We can also make newtons of JSON a direct reference, like we do in project reference, browse, newtons of JSON. Yep. Oh. Forgot to actually press add. Newtons of JSON, add, okay. So that removed all of these. Now we have to update, and this is kind of something you can definitely dread, because again, the alterations I've had to make to compile everything into a binary are now gonna... I do know that this project file effectively is needed, so we're just gonna copy that to desktop, because I think nothing else needs to be replaced. Otherwise, we're just gonna have a fun time going into the Git history and trying to recover it. There was somewhere here the repository that is actually being used. Repository URL. Thank you very much, my good sir. We need your stuff now, huh? Because we need to fork your repository as well. On the latest release is 4.0. Releases. It's only a 4.0 release. There's definitely more distinct releases in between. Yeah, I mean, the newest version is also from February, so... Can we figure out which version is the version he's referencing? Oh yeah, right, it is set with the NuGet packets. Which specific version it is. Right. NuGet packets set that stuff. If we just check here, we'll set this to specifically 4.4.4, 4.4.44. 43, okay. Which we definitely need to simulate the minimum. So can we figure out which version you are currently on? Now if I need to roll back to get the correct one. Yes, source WebSocket clients. This is where the actual WebSocket client, I think, lives. Yeah, this is the WebSocket client project itself. Where is... Where's this little lock and stuff? This versions. Where is your version number, my friends? Are you getting... Blame? You can figure out this already. Well, the version number got changed. Somewhere the version number of this project needs to be set. Yes, this reactive gets updated there, but it's just like, yeah, but and how can I tell which version I'm on? It's annoying to deal with when you just can't figure the frick out how you. Yeah, I mean here it is written the version, but underlying version, not copyright. Let's check that again. Go to this project. This project file. Which tags? Here's a license. Which URL? Maybe I should actually check this one. Yeah, file version, assembly version is at the bottom. In this case, but it's gone here. These are the same files technically. And it's like the version number just gets dodged apparently. Because target framework, WebSocket client, version is just gone, and then it gives immediately author's description. I guess maybe avoids writing the version number multiple times. Like, where do I find then the version number? Because I need it somewhere. Maybe it's up here? Isn't the... out there? Where is it? It's certainly that hard to figure out. Ah, here. Found it. Directory build props. That's the version number. Now this solves the issue of where this all went. Man, if I'm leaning back, I end up going off screen. I just noticed. Let me move myself a bit more central to the screen. It does mean when I lean a bit to the right, it's... when I fall off the screen, I stop falling off the screen. Okay. But yeah, this is here, so we can just go into the history and figure out how far we need to go back. Actually, this was recently introduced. CustomActions. This was when the file was created, so this... this project? Yep. This is where the version number still was housed at the time. Although it still showed 4.4.0. It's frustrating because it definitely wasn't 4.4.0. And definitely the package managers knew that it wasn't 4.4.0. So it's like... on why though? Come on. Could I yawn a bit less? What, I could just bundle the... because I have modified this, right? I've modified the OBS WebSocket dotnet. Couldn't I just bundle that one with its references? Wouldn't that be technically easier? Just bundle it. If we're bundling its DLLs. Although this doesn't also mean it still needs to bundle all the DLLs of... actually, it doesn't need to still bundle the DLLs and of WebSocket to client. I mean, the LLL packet is already like something of a wonky workaround to get anything to work. Considering it errors out to succeed, it's it's something. It's definitely something to look at. I think what I could just do is we'll just roll this up. Import this list repository and we just roll up to the correct version and just do what we've been doing otherwise. Fork this. Here we have separate clients. Create fork master branch. Okay. We probably want to roll some versions back, but like not that many likely. Probably also want to then relatively quickly fork this thing. Right, what's the name again of this thing? The socket underscore client. So it's spelled slightly different, which is good because this means I can just easier import it without having to delete the other one for a moment. Git submodule add insert actually we probably should clone it first into there. Clone insert git submodule add this WebSocket client. So now I need to effectively copy these lines over here over to the other one. Yeah, that's all I think I need. And also I need to modify my project file to reference the correct thing. I should be able to build source WebSocket client, CS project, open, paste. When run on the release, it will build it again, or should at least, as long as they didn't add more references that I suddenly didn't account for. And I need to know. They changed it while stuff is running. Heard it complaining. It will complain as soon as it knows that something was changed, but we can just reload. Right, so we're gonna change the reference here to this path, these two elements that's behind the path, and that should make it then possible to use. Save, okay. Now, yes, reload. Yes, we're gonna save that one. We're gonna change here now the assembly reference again. Remove. I probably actually need to go over here and well build it, I guess. So we can actually build it without completely and utterly disassembling it. So there's a good chance that it actually might do that with everything happening here. To switch to release so it can actually build. Oh no, oh no. Something else was done with this to make this work. It wasn't quite as easy as copying 2 lines over, so somewhere else this task was also defined. Name of the task in the project was the same as the name of the task class. The task. Wait, does it maybe need a dependency for this? It's a bit more difficult to see the dependency of something that is right now no longer a project in there. Oh yeah, right, it is here. I'm blind. You need to add this dependency. I think the problem that happens while it dies is because it tries to repack itself into it. And that obviously is a bit stupid on multiple levels, but okay, fine. Wait, I went a few folders stupid. We need to go here, edit, and where are the package references? Here they are. We could probably update to a newer version, but this just works. So we're just gonna realize there was something changed. Let's look for complaint. This package version is deprecated for liblog. But you complaining about liblog 5.08, but that's not. IL repack is fine. Can you even go newer? No, this is the newest version. I'm still cutting edge there. So why is it complaining on the IL repack? Okay, fine, whatever. Dependency can sort themselves out. We're just gonna build for now. Oh god, there's so many errors right now. Are they all of previous WebSocket the same? I don't know. It definitely was found, so I don't know where this is just going completely crazy right now, this stuff. Confusing itself. Pretty sure it completely successfully built now. Bin release. It's not that. This should be a functioning. Well, we need to references obviously now. Browse. Browse. Source. Socket client. Bin release. Standard. This add. Okay. Why are you complaining about it? What isn't liking is... Okay, why is this warning? This is shouldn't be warning on this, but okay, fine. We're just gonna ignore it again. Just hope this thing just continues to just do what it's supposed to do. Saving this, and it stops. Yeah, and also this stopped complaining. Okay. Fine. I mean, it will throw errors trying to compile itself to diff, but it's fine. Let's just build this project. Oh, it's still having issues here. Strange stuff, because it previous this shouldn't work. There's no particular reason why it shouldn't. Why are you not working all of a sudden? Suppose. I think it's the output of the function of the. Goes into an observer response measure observer. An observer needs to have an on complete, on error, and on next functions. Okay, so why does it not fulfill these requirements all of a sudden? Do I have a task run? This is just so weird. Really, it's just. Why you're not working? You annoying piece of garbage. Why are you doing weird things? This is quite annoying at this point. Fun stuff is we have now 3 projects in here. Why are you not allowing this function? I mean, I have the code here and everything. It should. The question is, at which point could it work? In this sense, that it could get away with calling this function. Convert lambda expressions. Yeah, the subscribe method must have been different at one point in time, and it just doesn't work with any version that is slightly different with this. Maybe I ran this. Maybe I had changed this already with my stuff. I don't know. So let's just. Let's just check briefly out. How we get some folders upwards. Where is it? This here. Xbox. Now we're gonna drag this in here. Can I not drag a file in here? That's weird. Okay, fine. I'm gonna open it like this. So uncivilized. Oh yeah, I have a feeling I might have implemented this. God, if I move too fast, this just breaks it. But like, I have a feeling this looks very much like something I would write. Let me just briefly, go in there here, go into here, go into blame, and just go into yeah, the line is this is about line 103. Well, it wasn't committed with the initial commit, I can say. To add it, so probably I did add that though still, I have a feeling. Considering we're now really working with the newest version that you can get of the WebSocket, that this is the way that I made this entire thing work. So how can we do some copy paste job back here? There's some more something set up here. Oh, because it's inline over here, but like it has a few settings I, for example, set here, like the reconnect timer that's set here compared to over there. Yeah, where do I... Yeah, let's just dump this method here. Like this. Over here. Private class implemented here. Deal with this problem and error reconnect timeout. Probably set to something relatively similar. I'll actually just keep it null for now. Let's try this. Yeah, actually, I want these things to be on like 5 seconds so it dies quicker. Is reconnection enabled full? So yeah, that's also a thing I run. Because I want these things to die quick. Genuinely. So this subscribe to the message handles that way. So yeah, that was code that I wrote. It's the project fun figuring that out again. This is stuff that I made it to make it work. So, okay then, do I have everything to make it compiles? Has it copied over the DLL? Probably it didn't, so it will error. No, it threw on a completely new. We found a new OPS-Websocket.net error response exception. Replay buffer is not available. Oh. Yeah, because it's currently in its current profile disabled. But this shouldn't kill it. That's the call stack currently. Get replay buffer status, which is called by initial updates. Oh yeah, right, I don't get check if the replay buffer was at all turned on. It gets the status which is an output active, but it doesn't check if Also here as well. What is it? So can we just make... It should check also in this initial up. No, it does it? Can we just continue, or is it stay good? I guess we could. Somehow, where do you go? There you are. Does everything work, or do we have some problems right now? SimHub. Okay, it says the... Well, as well, I'm searching for SimHub, but like... Your frame times are logged here, we're connected, which actually doesn't say that we're streaming. CPU usage, profile, scene collection, transition durations, encoded total frames, FPS, free disk space, remote version, WebSocket version, output total frames, protocol. All of these things are working fine. If I kick this into studio mode, it will show the preview scene. See, this thing is absolutely insane. No output drop frames. Yeah, the output dropped frames of those, because you have the encoding total frames and the encoding skipped frames. In case your CPU is getting overloaded, you get the encoding skipped frames. Treat separately, like when you... where can you pull this menu up? I know you can. Yeah, here, stats. Perfect. Because this shows here frames missed due to rendering lag, frames missed due to encoding lag. You always have some missed due to rendering lag due to its... Yeah, I know it's a dockable window. Thank you. You don't need to remind me like this. Volume metering obviously currently isn't working because... Duh! We can demonstrate muting of audio sources is working. Also, it's not showing the audio sources as active correctly, because is active should be shown for them. I don't know, maybe the code is a bit more complicated for them. But they should be active, most of them, but some of them shouldn't be. Because the device is not connected. But I think the way you can't really detect if a device is connected, you can just detect if something is assigned. I think that's how it works. Definitely interesting stuff. But yeah, we've coaxed it into actually working at this point, so it's great. We've done one of the more important parts, which is just coaxing it into working. And I feel like I'm just gonna keep it as is at this point for now. Commit it like this. I'm gonna continue working on it. To move message description to all. Okay. So let's switch over here. This needs a new branch. Socket clients based on master. Change this to somehow forked, yes. Staged changes. Build, okay. Commit staged. Push. Switch over here, also push as well. So they're all upstream, and then we have SimHubOBS in the middle, which needs its changes pushed as well. Oh yeah, we actually need to delete something. We need to delete the old version of... where is it again? God, I'm so blind always here. We need to delete the old version of this. Right. So this is a massive set of changes then. What is this library called? So, commit changed, staged, okay. And this can be pushed up into master. Where's the others? Right. Pull request yet on that. We're gonna make this probably a bit more complicated for adding the input volume meters, but yeah, we've done nothing so far besides fix problems again to make everything work, or what it seems to be working. Haven't checked, but like, I would say it first should work. So yeah, go figure out. Change that. Where do we even start at this point? We've spending so much time getting everything to just work. Do we want to start something still? Oh, I mean the UI is an undertaking and a half. I definitely do know that, but like it's also something I need to sort of do. So it's like. So, yeah, custom action thing needs to be replaced. What we're gonna do is launch another instance of Visual Studio with different projects. Specifically one that has this, which is EasyScript. EasyScript has a bunch of windows, and we're gonna copy a lot of how EasyScript does its stuff. So EasyScript CI elements will be in part copies. Export model. Okay, do you have an export model? I'm curious myself. How did I do some of these things again? Oh, it's not enabled? Oh yeah, right, because it was still closed. Why are you still... Oh yeah, right, because I'm still not making a check. Never mind, we're just gonna continue for now. So could you kindly go me over here? So, also games, could I kindly visit... Disable these two. No, I don't want you. Goodbye. Italian, French, Russian. There's no German translation for this. Interesting, the French is only 96%. Considering I think the developer is French of SimHub, if I'm not mistaken. I feel some references in the code to France, if I remember correctly, last time looking for stuff. I actually wanted to look at the EasyScript. Because I wanted to look at the... Where's the export function? Add, rename, edit condition. Does this not have an export? Oh yeah, here, export. Right, because this is because the menu over here has to... Because I have the export over in the settings, and not only in visual event pages. I would have nearly asked myself where the export was, but I didn't literally know I've implemented it. So I didn't literally see that there was a window for it, right? So this is how this works. How these UI elements work. In part, this is going to be fun to replace it for this over here. We don't call an edit like this anymore. Okay, now. Yes, yeah, right. I wanted to also check while it's throwing this error when I restart up. Where's the initial F? Also, what calls this? Oh yeah, when OBS WebSocket gets connected, we run the initial update afterwards. And importantly, in its own task, so that's why it was, yeah, set here has to be done in parallel, otherwise people did lock the thing. So, but we did not get a check on the replay buffer status. Oh, this should be actually properties, so I don't know why it's running this way. Yes, WebSocket dot replay. Yeah, get replay buffer status should really never throw errors. There's no fucking point that this should, like, throw errors in this way. Oh yeah, wait. I would need another instance of OBS to demonstrate this. Or can I? I can open the settings, I think. I can probably open this and this replay buffer. And if I enable this, it should stop throwing the error on the startup. Because it should be able to see that the replay buffer is running in the background. No? Oh, replay buffer is not available. Why though? The replay buffer is there. Why is the replay buffer not available? That's strange. Why? Why are we dealing with a replay buffer that suddenly is not available? I literally turned it on in the settings. It's... oh yeah, right, you have to... I think you have to stop recording or something to get it to... because I can't start the replay buffer right now. It's enabled, but it's not running. I can obviously just catch the exception that is thrown here every time it gets thrown and handle it correctly. There's definitely some strange stuff. Also, it... oh yeah, right, we don't get the audio stuff set up because it dies on the replay buffer. Right, so let's... because you can't check it any way to make sure that it's alive and stuff. So try catch. I don't care about the error message, we're just gonna... they're like, hey, can we get a replay buffer, please? Thanks. Gladly appreciate this. If it isn't running, then well, it isn't running. That's relatively simple. False. No other bullshit. This is probably the easier way of dealing with this. Just try catch it, and this should also now mean that the audio sources get correctly set up over here. Yep. You can see the volume meters, you can see, but you can't see the volume meter, obviously. That's not working because I haven't re-implemented that part. You can see it's active. See the further sources are not active. And all of the other videos are still running. Working fine. Okay. So that's that. Issue just being OBS is a bit... I think there was at some point at least a point where you could crash OBS with the WebSocket. You could send a request, if you send a particular request through the WebSocket, you could crash OBS doing this. I found that it's sort of a hilarious one, but it's fun when you find something like that. It's kind of concerning a bit, maybe. Not great when you have suddenly the WebSocket deciding to pack up and leave. And just say adios. So... This one's not stop airing. How do I package this? Because we gonna need, technically I need no export interface, but actually I don't. I wanna add exporting of these things, but like, I think I will just put the button, I can show this right here. Actually I can't, because we're importing no, we can actually, it just took fucking ages to import. But yeah, this is, I think I will do right now, because we want to import the window. We can do some edits too. Actually, export window is probably a decent idea to go from here, because we need a list box in a list view for handling all the items that go into how do we, because we need a list effectively to handle the properties and values for filters. We're gonna need a list for this. We could probably just import the list afterwards. That's probably gonna be fine either way. We probably import that. It's what would most likely be a decent idea would be to have this. Then a bit build list editor. This is the control element for these things here, for aim trigger type, performance files, for all the selecting stuff, which is then embedded. It's the main control. It's embedded here. So you don't need individual ones. There's the settings panel. Trigger edit window. Drop down. I mean, yeah, export at the end of the day is kind of the closest. So let's just file and Explorer. Okay. Export window. And then Thunderbolt begins actually adding this back in on the other side. I think the easiest part is to just add the same thing and then just overwrite it, I think. Over here. So just go in here and go. I'm putting into these folders right now. So I'm gonna just keep it at one. Item. User control WPF. That's close enough. Oh, I forgot to name it. Yes. Yeah, again. Add new item. It has to be called export window. Although I can actually name. No, that would break stuff. This is probably easier this way around. Export the window. And just write these two files into here. do not have any UI model right now, but we're gonna need one in a moment. Probably stuff those also in the helper, just for, I guess, ease of use. We need a class for this. This is the model. Probably just hit this guy up so I can finally, yeah, do something. Do this. So yeah, we can probably create a folder in here specifically for it. Item class, and the class would be what do we put here? Action edit model, because that's kind of what it is. The action editor model. So we're gonna point here to namespace. Here on namespace. This. So we're gonna PS action right. So, and this needs to be the biggest change is we need to rename where this is referencing, because that gets very funky very quickly. Stuff. Changing those values gets very interesting very quickly. Let's close this. Let's close this. Gets closed. And gonna rename this to. All of the code has to be stripped here briefly. Edit a model. We probably want to reference our plugin again, but it's just gonna be SimHub. Yes, plugin. List editors, we don't need this list. Just because of how that was implemented. Oh, that's interesting. I did not. There's definitely a bunch of stuff that probably just should be for now forgotten because it's an absolute study. How large is this function at all alone? Couple 100 lines of code. Oh well. Okay, I'm just commenting it out for the most part. Returns, that's belong to this function? Actually, it probably belongs to it. I feel like I've made a bunch of like internal calls in this function. Smaller function inside of a function. Functionception. Good idea, but it's just I cannot use these. I have these functions right now around. Tell me what it can stay. SimHubOBS plugin. This has to be commented out. Messy. Probably could have been done easier. Instead of just trying to force this to work. Yeah, this is. It's because this thing can function as an importer, as an and also as an exporter. Sometimes I think of things way more ahead of myself. Edit a model. Yes, import the stuff. The meme became reality. Yes, it's not just the meme became reality. I've been doing this for a few hours. Private script doesn't need this function. But now I'm commenting now that I'm not dumping them yet. Click. And it's probably an important function, but well, it's coming out completely. But actually, we need this for the selection change. Well, then we just don't do anything. I'll just report null. That might work. Just for this thing to work. Object. Convinced. Yes, I'm definitely using the mandatory programming socks. I've gotten myself comfy wearing some comfy thigh highs. Actually, fire. And it's good. Because I prefer that over wearing jeans. Alright. The rest is because of the imports. Which is gonna get very funny in a second. Once I just heat this stuff. I think this might massively break this project for a sec. So how was the namespace of SimHubOBS? Oh, that's fun. That's for these libraries usually an absolute treat to deal with. Just you on this, I have the same? Yeah, you're also using this. Right. SimHubOBS.help.ui.export. Wait, that's not the class. We're just staying in SimHub export window, and there's also OBS, not UI view models. When I import those, guess this worked. Using SimHubOBS dot helper dot UI dot just using those. And now suddenly we have an action editor model. Yeah, because I've changed the namespace of the package, so it didn't find any of its stuff that it's referencing. How this is working is that this is a bunch of interesting stuff happening. Also, it will probably work a bit weird because, yeah, oh, if we need to change this version still. Because this is still not referencing the correct thing. Okay, namespace UI. Does this work now? Can we get this to work? Let's just build briefly, or it doesn't work. It does not exist in namespace. So somehow OBS helper UI, but it does. Huh. Right, it does exist. Or did I just fix a spelling error? That would be the least new thing here tonight. No, it does not exist. It does not exist in this namespace. That's strange because it is here. Well, let's look from what we copied here. The public class, okay, and it's an iNotify property change as well, which we're probably gonna need. Set this public and import iNotify property changed. Implement interface. You want to properly implement the interface. Where was it again? I do find it a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. Although I have spent today, how many hours now? About 3 hours on just updating this. I've just because it uses the well, I'm in the wrong project right now. It uses the OBS WebSocket.NET library, which uses the WebSocket.client, so I had to update both of them. And that became a 3-hour ordeal because especially there were some changes in the way how where was it again? Because previously a lot of the where were they? A lot of these like function callbacks for like update current program scene changed. Return just simply like, okay, it gives the sender and it gives a string for the new scene. Now every single thing is wrapped in its own little class. And it is a freaking mess. As you can see, just the like current scene collection changed event args. And it's just like what of like current scene transition duration changed event args. And it contains a freaking integer number. That's the only thing it contains. Why? Okay. That's the thing, it's just why. But yeah. I wouldn't be doing this in my free time if I would find me chore, but on the other hand I'm playing ACC, so like I guess that question is valid in that sense. Considering that. I torture myself with ACC from time to time. Right, we want to... Yeah, this is also still pointing here to the wrong. Why is it pointing into imports? That's not quite why I had these imports. Okay, fine. This is the space. Try and SimHubOBS helper UI. I mean, yeah, the problem is that it doesn't contain any values that we're actually expecting for it, like title and all the other values that are gonna be expected inside of it. That's the part of the problem. And we have a bunch of other stuff that is in here that is expected to be there that just isn't. Let me just... Yeah, there's the item source of rows, which doesn't exist. And then the rows would probably want to contain their own stuff. Yeah, selected object. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do I want to just copy paste perhaps the class as well? Probably just to get this briefly working so I can just perhaps call it. Yeah, we'll just try that again. Perhaps I need to do this for Line Explorer. Right, export model, copy. Yes, it does not make particularly much sense that I'm using an exporter model to model an importer. Not importer, it's there's logic behind it, it's not particularly strong, but there's reasoning. And I need to now, in the other project, add this to the tree. Add existing item, exporter window. No, that's not right. Git. SimHubOBS. Helper. UI. Export model. Add. So export model. And now we can just simply refer to the export model again. Although the problem is that it's currently in the wrong namespace. That needs to be briefly addressed. SimHubOBS helper.ui. Gonna be happy, please. And there's 2 lines. That's this. Yeah, there's some conversion stuff happening there. Can we just comment these out without it dying? Yes, that actually works. We got rid of these lines, but just why do you say it's not in there when it fucking is? This is so strange. It pretends like it isn't there when it fucking is. Yeah. Oh wait, it's also pretending that it's still using EasyScript. It is gone over here, so like, why are you still pretending that you have some sort of reference to EasyScript when you don't? Yeah, it literally pretended because it didn't exist anymore. Lamau. Like that was fixed. If I swap now to the action editor model, would it let me get away with that? Yes. It actually lets me get away with it without dying. Brilliant. So I don't even need the exporter model anymore. Yet. Technically we actually do need it. I'm stupid because it contains the way of handling rows and stuff. Well, I could have thought this out. Title. Let's just enter the observable collection of rows. So add this, and then add this line, which is one of the most important. This entire thing saves a bunch of time. So we don't have an export row right now, but we can easily add one briefly. Just needs my property change, and that's about it. So, and obviously a function that we can invoke to do on property changed. Well, otherwise currently it doesn't need to contain anything, and that's the only thing it needs. Pretty sure this is now used, so I don't know, man. When you want to send a message and you're like pressing Control S out of instinct. It's funny. It's I think the easiest way is at this point that I can just press F2 and just rename this. And it should do all of the renaming of the subclasses as well at the same time. Hopefully, as far as I know. Well, it doesn't seem to have completely correctly updated itself because clearly some pieces have not been fixed. Like this is not pointing correctly. This is not pointing correctly. Yeah, what the hell are you doing right now? Because it's referencing stuff that doesn't exist anymore in some ways. You can find file exports. This is like, yeah, because you renamed it and everything. As you were asked to. Where is this stuff? Oh, where can you set this again? We can use this. Okay, fine. We're gonna do it for fucking hand again. Wouldn't be the first time. We're doing something by freaking hand. There's so many windows of this open. Yeah. Edit. Figure the frick out where the file went. It is here. It's all here. There's no dangling references. What are you doing, frankly? Are you actually retarded or something? There was a button that I just saw. Unload project. Yeah, unload project. Okay. Reload projects. Build. Yep, it works. I guess just unloading the project and telling it to load again fixed the problem. That solved this issue immediately. We will not need a rename button. We'll however need a title for the agree button, the exit. For this we're gonna make a public string, and this is the pre-title. Actually, it can also be the title still. Right. Title. And in this case, the interesting part is the get, which we will use from the setter. We're just going to use a getter. Getter is based on a private value, which is private. Actually, I don't need private in this case. Cool. Do technically? Whatever. Added. Return is added based on that. Yes. Then it's edit. And if it's not, then it is great. Ingeniously simple solution to these things, really. And this means title binding is back and it will be working with these things. Right. currently interested really. I will. How is this thing sitting here right now? List view oriented. Close list view itself. Yeah, we have a grid column definition with the column width of 400, and we have a row definition of 500 for the first item, and then auto. Although I think we, how many items do we use really? Yeah, these are row 2, so it's like all the buttons at the bottom are row 2, so it would put an entire own grid for those buttons down there, which is weird, but it is happening now. So, go figure. We only need 2 actually there. But we need, at the top then, to define the width for the text box for the name, and we need the drop down for setting the text box for name, and then the name, and then the function that needs to be selected. The function is a combo box. So stuff them up here like this. I'll make something else awkward, I think, with the same trick of getting these things to do this. It's a bit weird to do, but it just is what it is. Make these things fit a bit better with the giant list view in the middle. Actually, what I could do is I don't need, just leave 1 above, and then put the 2 selectors on a grid itself. That will just make 2 rows effectively inside of this thing. Right, row index 0, row index 1, and then row index 2. Perfect. Oh yeah, I don't end the grid. That's currently a bit of an issue. Yeah, it's marked there because there's an error in the fucking markdown. Great. So, and now we need to add some items into here. So one thing, we need a label in there. I think also we can continue stealing out of here. Rename a window, although that actually splits it this way. Instead of having the name in the same row as the setting it sets. Yeah, I usually do it this way. But it should fit because we need to anyway, in terms of the width of the window, make these things fit. But we do figure out what a why is it not showing up right now? It's a bit of an interesting question. Or is it because of the background colors? That's white text on white ground, something like that. Wouldn't be a first. Wouldn't be. Wouldn't be a last either. What is the library's int? top, yeah, same, I think. And help us don't point really anything. Why is this actually visible? Oh well, we're gonna figure this out later. Text there. We're gonna need to see that something is put in there, but like can't read it. Also, the label name is, we don't need to give an actual name to this thing, it just needs to exist. Actually, they need to be in column 0 to think of it. You go to row 2. The function. And that's what we need for U2. So, we need now a text box. The schedule there is one here, obviously. Text box, copy. Actually, I need also a combo box, but we can probably just import one first. Next. That's where it begins. The values that come in. We need entire construct for a private string name gets name set name equals value, and then on property, on property changed. So okay, we need the function obviously to address is edit. I think I can just, no, we can't because we need to still public boolean edit. Running the exact same code as before, it's just doing it more in reverse. Non-reverse is just doing it slightly different with this edit now. This is the pain of construct of getters and setters, but like in this case you kind of just need them because you need them to then hand the information back to the next segment. Automatic width, maybe defining this to like 400 or fix it? Yeah, it's a bit wide. 250, 280, 320. That's about right. I should probably also fixate the first column a bit. 70, 60, 60. So I can say this one's placed. But wait, those are the margins again. It's wrong. Column 1. Go 0. Okay, that's somewhere defined here already. I'll just change that in a second. First I will change the margins to be located somewhere else before it gets the better of me at some point. It's not complaining anymore. Well, suited for you. Text needs to be obviously bounced. That's the thing that I actually went into here for the name. I made the name. Name variable. It's already defined. Good. Fine. So now the fun begins with defining to which variable this entire thing get. How I'm gonna handle the selection of the function available. Because that's its own fun thing. This was previously handled over here. It's this thing, not the code base. Oh, it's not getting tired of it. This trick. So, because somewhere in here it does set up the combo box, yeah. Action name. Wait, LB functions is already populated at this point when it gets initiated. Okay. I already called this .main, and then here we go and go through get function list, and it goes and adds all of them. So we're gonna need this here. How is combo boxes? I don't know. These combo boxes are just the combo box just calls here and goes like, hey, how many options do you have? And I'm like, okay, these many. Function list. String array is probably gonna be fine on this. Hopefully. Get I'll actually make it an observable list, come to think of it. Observable collection. The string array should be fine. Yeah. No, I don't think that will be fine. So a collection of string. Else. Oops. Oh yeah, I got the code already. Here it is again. Wait, I don't have an instance right now of plugin manager right now. It's on hand. But it would not be completely outside of the ordinary to just dump the plugin manager into here as well, just to this thinking generated function list. Public. This should probably be done better, but I'm just like, no, I'm not even gonna freaking care about it. Get set. Login. Return list. I nearly forgot that you need to write return statements in most programming languages. If plugin is null, we're just gonna return list immediately. It's an empty list, but we have at least something returned without the entire program blowing up into 1,000 pieces. Oh, you need gosh, it's really odd when you're used to doing it one way and then you have to do it the other way. Okay, this is working. I said we need a combo box. Keep the combo box in. Wait, did the combo box actually drop in here? Because it's here, but like I can't see it where it went. Ah, there it is. I'm blind. Multiple levels. Move the margins. Probably I should add some margin of 4 to this thing, and then the which value, which will define itself. Okay, so it's one. Why is it so small? Oh wait, the grid row is also behind the back there again. But also, why is it so sometimes small right now? Let's stop doing it when you horizontal alignment. Yep, that was the problem. That alignment sit. Foreground black. Those values. Probably want to do that also with my text finally, so you can actually read it. Well, it makes the error really difficult to spot, and I think I remember this being a problem that I could never quite fix. Going foreground black to the labels so we actually can do things with them. As you can actually see what is happening. Pressing on it should then just dump the combo box in here. So what do we have in terms of content? Oh, how do you assign item source? Yeah, that's the item source. Item source plus binding function list. Now, something I should probably do is doing all of this so I can actually launch this window at some point and test the code behind it, is to put here on the move one of the buttons for a new click. So gonna run the custom action editor. Wait. Where was this custom action editor pointing before? Because the new should definitely not point to this. Wait, action editor window, right. That's the new one. Actually, I want to cast the plugin through. And briefly go to and well, honestly just casting through here. Button rename was cut. So init, isn't it? Plugin. Add some model where we set plugin to what is it called again? Model. And yeah, we need to set the data context. This line of code is actually pretty important still. Slash. So otherwise the data context does not get set and nothing works. So I don't know why it wants to run the OBS WebSocket.net instead of the... Yeah, I do have a project here that can be run. I might have unloaded it briefly, but this still shouldn't stop you from running it. Oh well. Actually shouldn't have closed it because this means I need to do administrator on this thing again. Dang. Back go bits. No, it still doesn't want to give me the correct fucking launch option. Why are you doing this to me? I want the launch properties for this project. It's historically had them. This project had historically launched settings. Why suddenly is this project the... Oh, because it's set the main... Where can I set which project is the main project? Well, I guess the easiest way is probably to just unload it. Unload project, Labao, reload project. Solve problem. I don't know how to move these things. Well, this is also suddenly. And yeah, go figure. That's my phone is just about keeping up with its discharging rate. Right, so this is actually launched, so we can now go test. And it didn't launch any window. Sad. I think part of the problem is I don't have a... is that it's not set visible, which is, you know, a bit of a problem. But we can solve that actually still. We don't even have to reset for that. Where is it? It's show. Hot reload. Right. Okay. And we have the functions. Right then and there. Impressive. And it actually is visible, the error. Design is readable and visible. Which is the important part. You can actually see this thing. Although these text boxes are set up way too high up. So they need to be moved a bit down. But there is a fun feature in this. You don't even need to, when you're moving some UI elements here, you can just move the XML and it will adjust accordingly. So we're gonna add margin, 0 on the front, but we want to have some top margin. I think this is how you write it. Just this way. I need to right now get my... Also I need to guess where the window is, so here, right. Yeah, let's say this was correct. Let me just move this into windowed so we can actually modify. Yeah, you can just make this something ridiculous, like 40. You can see this is immediately updating. I don't even need to save. It's just amazingly cool, these features, occasionally. Oh yeah, we did this again in the beginning, which is not great. 04. Yep, that looks good. And then maybe just going 4 all around, honestly. Yeah, that could look decent. Oh, well, it squishes right now the text away. If we set this, however, to auto again, let's fix this and set this to auto as well. For some reason, it squished it all over down, so not so good. 300, I should be fine again. Probably want this to be auto, but like it's just for some reason doesn't want to quite work as it should. Oh well, it looks good enough. That's where I'm at. Edit things. Um, yeah, this stuff is actually coming together. Starting. Just see all this commented out code. Any button that like works with this is like actually the cancel button. Oh, you can't even see it because of the additional UI elements on the top. Alright, let's fix that actually. We probably want less of this here, so let's shrink this down to like 300. Also, I think maybe shrink the entire window down then. Because you don't need that many properties most likely, and if there's too many, it's just gonna turn into a scroll pane. So that's gonna be fine. It's just the window shouldn't be like gargantuous. Oh, that's a bit too big still. 100, 480, 475, 470. Yes. Well, maybe I want to make these buttons a bit bigger. Okay, drop down. And this is gonna get also into this is gonna get elaborate most likely, so I'm probably gonna, I think this is a half decent spot to stop. There's a bunch of stuff that I still need to implement it, but we're getting there slowly. Right. But I knew that this would not be that easy, but like in classic me fashion, I thought like, oh yeah, I can get a decent chunk of this stuff done tonight. But like I haven't even touched this file here at all. With how the actions are currently implemented, with just it being the list of functions is currently just yeah, we're saving just a bunch of actions, which is just a function that can take a string. We're not going into any more detail. God, it's weird. Yeah, this is also my discovery of like this function actually existing made this plugin a lot more usable, because you could clear all chunk out. So that's been very useful. I mean, I can't really save the project right now. Can't make a commit really because stuff is very much in the change. I can actually commit this file because the only change in here is to fix reply buffer causing an error. Big strip clip. Sync. Okay. There's definitely a lot still on the table. I'm gonna need to figure out a schedule for these things because I'm gonna need to make a bit more progress with this. Eventually. Probably not tomorrow. Maybe on, I don't know. I'm not racing Saturday, but I'm racing Sunday, so it's gonna be interesting. Maybe actually release a fully functional schedule. That's right. Okay then. I think this is about enough. Actually, we've done the saving, we've done the copying. Right. Close that option down. I need to close this also down. Okay then, so let me sit more straight in front of the camera. Right. This is me more or less sitting in the middle, right in front of it. I think this camera position is halfway decent. Just drag Vinyan over here. General settings, cam 1, set position. So I can recall this in the future again. It's not the default cam position, but it is a cam position, so, you know, something. I can work with this. I may in the future actually have to implement some features into Vinyan to import perhaps more data from SimHub. But yeah, this has been fun. And it definitely shows that I can do this with this desktop tracking, although I don't know how terrible the audio was for everybody to listen to. This Logitech headset is not known for being particularly audio quality. In comparison to my Index headset over there, that's a lot better. So yeah, go figure. I think it's definitely time to call it a night, maybe give this phone a bit better of a chance to charge finally. Pause is probably more than I expected to do. We did get some stuff done, and have half a... I think some of the questions that I still had are not solved. How I'm gonna solve how the custom actions are gonna get triggered and stuff. So, gonna be fun to sort these out. Gonna at least take, I think, not so long as this. In some ways. In some ways not. So, go figure. But I feel in some way I was decently productive. On the other hand, I still feel let down by my kind of lack of pace. Whatever. It is about time. Good night. Bye bye. I can't wave my arm. I could make an animation for that, but like, I haven't, so we're just gonna wave head. Wave head.